Hey everybody, welcome back to another Vibe Coding live stream. I think this is stream number 38. On the last stream, we worked on our usage dashboard. So we were using Twilio and GPT Real-Time 2, Whisper transcription, also using Twilio for SMS. So we're able to track all of those usage details, and now we have a usage dashboard. So now we have a accurate cost per minute in our usage dashboard, and we're going to be able to use that information to help us understand how we're going to price and position the product. Today we're going to be extending the agent system to handle email. So now we built out a voice agent architecture with really like a modular graph runtime. And now we're going to extend that to also do email. So we're going to have a couple triggers. We want to be able to trigger workflows from webhooks, also trigger them from inbound calls, and also inbound emails. So that's what we'll be working on today. Okay. Okay, so also I was able to make a lot of improvements to the front end. So now I'm going with this chat interface design where we have the transcript, and then also every time we make a tool call or there's an event, we include that right here in the chat. And we can actually test this right now. So I have this now in the debug console view. So this is the view where we're when there's a live call, you can review these activity details here. And here is a little pop-out window here, a little modal that we tuck off to the right. And in this modal are some details that we used to have on the debug console, and some of this is redundant. I'm still gonna make a determination on what details from here that I want to keep or remove, but we do have our observability for the voice service, and also the some of the LangGraph methods from our runtime service. Actually, I think we're only using like one LangGraph method from LangGraph, and we've extended it and added more methods than LangGraph provides. But anyways, this is our observability. I may be bringing some of these details into the chat instead of having them over here. But anyways, we have these are some of the parameters that we collected. And again, so here are all of our tool calls. And then you can hide that view here. I also added that same design to also to call history, right? So here we have the transcript. We have all of the tool calls and the events right here in the chat. So what I'll do right now is I'll go ahead and I'll just do a webhook right now, and that'll kick off our workflow. And then what we're going to do today, and a lot of interesting things happened today. I know all the Vibe coders out there waiting for Fable 5 are anticipating when Fable 5 will return. It looks like I think I heard, and I haven't confirmed any of these details, but I heard some chatter on X that I guess in the Claude Code binary, there was some mention of Fable 5 being released to customers in the United States. And then also it looks like AWS in their Bedrock platform options, right? They have Fable 5 as a model that you can select. And I guess that looks like AWS is preparing to release Fable 5, into their production Bedrock platform. So I think that's a signal that Fable 5 may be coming back. And when that happened, you saw a lot of volatility on Poly Market, and the odds of when Fable 5 will get released. I think at some point today it was at like 9%, and it jumped up pretty significantly once those details about Fable 5 being released through AWS Bedrock was released. But today what we're going to do is so we're going to be extending our system for email. And let me also show you, so on the last stream, we got our usage dashboard working. So we have our exact cost for each call. And this was really great for me to get kind of more granular about what this call actually cost. And also I ran some deep research to look at some other competitors that they're trying to capture. Are they a platform company? Or are they best of breed? You know, and using that deep research to understand how they're pricing their product, and then think about how we're going to start positioning our product. You know, again, there's a lot of platform voice companies out there, and really it's like a race to the bottom in terms of price. They're subsidizing, you know, customer acquisition and cost. And they also have kind of volume discounting. So when they approach vendors like Twilio and others, because they have such a volume, they're able to negotiate price, right? And so it can get very competitive on pricing. And so that's why, you know, again, we're going to try, instead of trying to build the platform architecture, or really focus on platform orchestration, right? We're going to focus on best of breed, or again, try to deploy this agent into our telematics video business and focus agents on fleet management. And while I'm doing that, you know, as you can tell from the workflow, you know, it is general enough to capture some SMB business from different verticals, not just fleet management. I'm not going to be chasing those verticals very aggressively, but if those opportunities come, you know, I won't wave them away, right? I may not be, you know, jumping out of my chair to work on features for many different verticals, because I don't want to get unfocused. So the primary focus is deploying agents to fleet management. But also we're going to make it general enough and expose these the agent through an MCP server and also a CLI, and make it really easy for developers and vibe coders and any of the community members that are interested in setting up agents to set up agents. So, and also we're going to be thinking through like pricing. Are we going to price based off outcomes? Are we pricing per minute? Are we doing a combination of outcome pricing and also per minute pricing? But today what we'll do is, let me pull this down here. So really two different, as we're working on extending the agent system for email, we're going to be looking at these two different projects. So here's a project that Pete Steinberger, and he's the founder of OpenClaw. He released this tool, which is a CLI for Google Workspace, right? So really exposing all of the methods, right, that an agent would need to work with the Google Workspace. So what we're going to do is we're going to use, and I've already pulled down these projects. Hey, Carlito, how are you? We're going to be pulling down this project, which it has an MIT license on it. And also This project, which has an Apache 2.0 license. Let's just make sure this is permissive. Yeah, so it's both of these licenses are permissive, which means you can pull it down into your product, you can extend it, you can use it, um, you can sell a commercial service with it. And it's just very, very permissive, right? It'll let you use it for commercial use. You can modify it, you can distribute it. Um, Not all open source has a permissive license on it. So, hey, I'm doing good, Carlito. Just getting ready to extend the agent to handle email. I also redid the front end, so now we have the transcript here in more of a chat interface. So you can see this is like an example of a conversation, and as I go through the conversation, you can see the transcript and any event tool calls. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to make a phone call here, and we'll test the agent again. But today, primarily, what we're going to be focusing on is extending this to also handle email. Right now, it's primarily just a voice agent. But what I'll do is I'm going to, and it looks like it keeps bumping down to the bottom, which is okay. But I also redid the front end for call history, right? So when you can click into any one of these calls and see any details of the call, see the transcript, see any tool calls that were made, see your observability. In pretty much the full audit trail, any memories that were captured, but really kind of redesigned the interface. So what I'll do now is I'm going to make a test call here. And then we'll go ahead and start working on the email. Oh, another thing that I did was I have Claude Code set up now. Or not Claude Code, I'm using the desktop, Claude Desktop. So I set up GitHub Actions. And it's a little harder with Claude Code to set up PR review with Claude Code than it was with Bugbot or Cursor. Cursor and Bugbot, I didn't actually have to create any GitHub action files to handle reviews. I don't know, they must be doing that in the background. But anyways, I was able to, and let's see if I can show if there's any sensitive details in the actions, GitHub Actions file. And let me post the stream into a Discord. Let's see. The stream link. Let's go. Where's Discord? Okay, here we go. Okay. All right, so cool. So let's go ahead and first let me show you this GitHub Actions file that's now so now Claude, every time I open a PR, it's automatically doing a PR review for me. So let's take a look at that. And we're gonna need to merge these PRs here. Okay, so it's interesting, but this is the PR. And So here's the PR. This is what the YAML file looks like, or the GitHub Actions workflow file, to handle PR review. So this is Claude Code PR review, and I use Claude Desktop to help me set this up. And it's interesting because I'm starting to find like certain things that I like about Claude Code or Claude Desktop versus Codex Desktop. And I'll mention those as we kind of get into it here today. But anyway, so this file, pretty much anytime there's an open PR, it'll run Claude Code review. And so I had to generate an OAuth token. And so I'm using my Claude Max plan and using my OAuth token to do this. So you don't actually have to use their API pricing to do this. You can use OAuth. Then here's the Claude YAML. And I haven't seen Cursor or BugBot. I'm not sure if they also have this functionality. I need to look into it closer. But it looks like Claude, using this Claude YAML, I'm able to, you can kind of talk with Claude on the PR, and you can talk back and forth with it. With BugBot and Codex, I've ran at Codex review and also BugBot run, and that kicked off another PR review. But this looks like Claude, you can actually kind of have like a back and forth conversation on the PR itself. Hey Samsa. Hey, no, I need to do that, but what I can do is I'm about to make a test call, actually. Let me, let's, hold on, let's see if we can make a test call here. Let's come to, where's my Codex? Okay. All right, let's, hold on, let me pull up my webhooks here. So we're building agents. I also have another business, a telematics video business. But let's show you the agent. Okay.
Hi, I'm Bella from Blue Cactus AI, and I'm happy to help. What would you like to work on today?
Hey Bella, are you a human?
I'm an AI phone assistant for Blue Cactus AI, not a human. How can I help with your Blue Cactus AI questions today?
Yeah, I have one of my my drivers. He's in the vehicle right now. His camera in his vehicle has a green blinking LED.
Okay, let me check what that green blinking light usually indicates for that camera system. A blinking green light usually means the camera is handling network or communication activity. If it stays blinking and doesn't settle after startup, the next step is to check connectivity in the dashboard or power cycle the device. If you want, I can help you walk through a quick check.
Okay, so what's happening right now is it just queried my knowledge base, right? So, and I just put the phone call on mute, but I'm going to open up the knowledge base. I'll also open up the workflow here. So this is the workflow. What just happened is I triggered a webhook. So I just sent a webhook, and this would be a webhook that would come from any third-party system. So we just sent a webhook. Blue Cactus AI ingested that webhook, and it followed this edge to the intro node. Now, when I open up the intro node, you can see that the intro node has some tools associated with this node. And these tools are called Query Business Docs and List Knowledge Base Topics. So right now in my knowledge base, I uploaded 3 different PDFs. So if you were like a business trying to deploy agents, we would get all of your PDF documentation and any enterprise knowledge, and include that or upload that into our repository here. And what this does is it will actually vectorize these PDF documents and store them in Postgres. And so when I pull this up here, what happened is when it called this tool called the Query Business Docs tool, and we're on the intro node. And here you can see this was the query, the vehicle camera green blinking LED meaning troubleshooting, and it fetched 2 different documents, right? So it fetched 2 knowledge-based documents, the LED install section PDF and the installation guide. And then it fetched an excerpt, right? And so what it did was it ran a similarity method to try to say, all right, which one of these excerpts from the PDF is most similar to the query? So now I'm going to ask it another question. I'm going to ask it about GPS tracking pricing, because we have a GPS tracking pricing PDF. So I'll say, yeah, how about GPS tracking pricing? I'm also considering getting a GPS tracker.
Let me check the current GPS tracking pricing so I can give you an accurate answer. Pricing starts at $49 plus $10 per month for the basic GPS tracker, and $89 plus $15 per month for the advanced GPS tracker with alerts and history. These are sample prices from the pricing sheet. If you want, I can help you compare which option fits your fleet.
Yeah, you know what? That's good. I do have a couple camera devices here now, though. Do you have any information on installation?
Let me pull up the installation guidance for those camera devices. Yes, the installation guide says to first verify all components are included, make sure the device is powered, and access the dashboard. It's a simplified guide, so if you'd like, I can help you plan the next steps or find the right section for your setup.
Okay, so that's me. We're still on the intro node too, right? So we actually haven't transitioned to another node. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to, we're going to go from the intro node to the demo booking node, right? So, and we're going to follow this condition here all the way to the demo booking node. And so what this condition says here is requires clear interest in having or scheduling a demo. So I'm pretty much going to tell the voice agent, hey, I want to schedule a demo. And the voice model is actually going to use a tool called a transition tool. And it's going to use that transition tool to help make the determination, okay, which node we're going from the intro node to the demo booking node. So I'll go ahead and do that. First, I'm going to open up my calendar because we're about to do a full email calendar booking or Google Calendar booking. So let's open up the calendar. And guys, if you haven't already, please follow, like, and subscribe. It does help push this content out to more people. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so we have book demos on. You know what? Let me just delete this one. And let's delete this one. Okay, so we just opened up some, and we'll delete this one. Or no, we'll be busy today. So now let's come back here, and I'm gonna say, you know what? I think I'm ready to go ahead and just set up a demo.
Nice. Let's get that demo lined up for you. Awesome. I'd love to help with that. What's the best time for you? Or what email should we use to send the invite?
Yeah, or what's your availability? Can you tell me your availability first? Are you available today?
Got it. Let me quickly check today's availability for you. Today, Wednesday, June 24th, is busy because a demo is already scheduled. If you'd like, I can check another day or help you pick a time that works.
Yeah, you know what? Before I forget, I'm going to be booking this demo, but I just want to, I need to get a couple people from my sales department together for this meeting. So just can you let your sales rep know that I'll have to gather a couple people before the meeting starts?
Got it. I'll note that for the team. Perfect. I'll make sure the team knows you'll be bringing a couple of sales folks to the demo.
Okay, great. So I know you're busy today. Are you available any other day this week?
Let me check the rest of this week so we can find a day that works. This week, Monday, June 22nd is busy, Wednesday, June 24th is busy, and Tuesday, June 23rd, Thursday, June 25th, Friday, June 26th, Saturday, June 27th, and Sunday, June 28th are available. If you want, I can help narrow down a day and time.
So there was a little issue there. It did read off some days that have already passed this week, which is kind of interesting. I hadn't heard it do that yet. But I'm gonna say, yeah, we can do tomorrow would work.
Tomorrow, Thursday, June 25th, works. What time would you like for the demo?
So what's the date tomorrow?
Tomorrow is Thursday, June 25th, 2026.
Okay, yeah, we can do, let's do 3 p.m. tomorrow.
Okay, let me check that 3 p.m. slot for tomorrow. 3 p.m. tomorrow can work. How long should the demo be? For example, 30 minutes. And what's the best email to send the invite to? I'll read it back to confirm before we book.
Okay, so it's actually about to try to capture parameters. So before we do the parameter capture, and this is the new front end. I don't know if you've seen. Oh, Osiris. You're cutting grass by hand. Oh, wow. With a push mower? But, so anyway, so up here, when I gave it that memory, it was able to save the memory. And Osiris, this is my new front end. I moved it to more of a chat interface style, and I need to stop that from happening. It's annoying when I'm demoing it. But now we have the tool calls just kind of in the chat, and we have this, man, that's annoying. We have this, I gotta stop that from happening. But we have this gray line that shows, okay, these two transcript items from the assistant are kind of grouped together with the tool call. So here you can see I saved a note. Oof, man. The caller plans to gather a couple people from their sales department. Let me see if I hold this, if it doesn't do it. Caller plans to gather a couple people from their sales department to join the demo before the meeting starts. Oh, here it is over here too. Okay, this may be easier. Okay, yeah, so here's the save memory, right? So now I'm just gonna say, okay, what else do you need from me? Okay, what else do you need from me to book this demo?
I just need a couple details to wrap this up. I need your first name, the email for the invite, and about how many vehicles are in your fleet.
Okay, yeah, my name's Bobby. I have 17 vehicles in my fleet, and my email is bluehedge@gmail.com.
Thanks. Let me just read back your email to confirm it's correct. Please confirm the email is BLUEH3DGE@gmail.com. Is that right?
Okay, so what's pretty cool here is that, again, we have another tool call inside of the chat that says needs confirmation. And so what it's actually doing is it's not going to proceed until I confirm the email with the agent. And so we do this because the agent has challenge sometimes with complex emails, capturing that email. So anyways, I'm going to go ahead and it looks like he has it, Bella, the agent has it correct. So I'll go ahead and say, okay, you got it. Yep, that's it. You got it.
Great. Thanks for confirming. Perfect. Let me quickly check that time before we finalize. All set for Thursday, June 25th at 3 p.m. You'll get a calendar invite by email shortly.
Okay, so here we go. Here's the meeting that just got scheduled. So we have the parameter capture, and then we have the caller notes. So this is that memory that it was able to save. The caller plans to gather a couple of people from their sales department to join the demo before the meeting starts. So what I'm going to do is now I'm going to give it another memory. Even though it already booked the event, I'll give it another memory. And once the phone call ends, it'll actually push that memory into the event details. So I'll say, hey, I forgot to tell you, I have like a 30-minute hard stop. So I'll have to leave the meeting 30 minutes in.
Got it. Let me make sure that note is saved for the team. No problem. I've noted you have a 30-minute hard stop for the demo.
Okay, very good. Thanks.
You're welcome. Looking forward to the demo, and have a great rest of your day.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Talk to you soon.
Okay, so what's happening now is we just saved another memory, and actually we have a forget after tag here, because this memory actually will decay, or after the meeting, this memory is no longer really relevant. But now if I come back to the calendar and I click back on the calendar event, you'll see now you also see this memory. Caller has a 30-minute hard stop for scheduled demo. And Sam's, yeah, I know, it was, that was kind of frustrating. Usually I don't get agitated like that, but when I'm trying to educate the community and I keep getting interrupted, that can be a little frustrating, but we'll fix that. So what we're going to do today is, and that's kind of, so I'm pretty happy. Still what we need to do is eventually we're going to rethink all this observability, because this is not really, we got to think about, we just need to think through observability again, because really the idea with this observability is when we deploy this in a production environment, and I have some customer that has a complex tool call, or they're sending a webhook to a third-party system, or there's some delayed webhook, or they're sending some webhook with some a shape of data that the system's not familiar with. Whatever the reason is, we need to understand, okay, where is, we need to be able to trace and audit the entire workflow from end to end, and then determine, okay, what part in this workflow, where in this workflow are things breaking down? And that's one way where we can get visibility into what's happening, and then have an understanding of how to fix it. So anyways, what we're about to do is, and again, let's open up that Claude Code GitHub Actions. Yeah, so anyway, so these are the two YAMLs. We just, every single service that's in Blue Cactus AI, we just created a PR with these new Claude Code review YAMLs. And again, so it was a little bit more difficult to set up the Claude Code PR review than it was for Codex or BugBot, for whatever that's worth. But now what I'm going to do is I'm going to come into Claude Code, I'm going to say, it's interesting, but actually BugBot left a comment on this GitHub action, and so did Codex left a comment too. So I'm just going to see what Claude Code kind of thinks about that. Can you check the PR review comments on these open PRs? It looks like Codex and BugBot left a couple reviews. I just want you to give me your thoughts on those. And these are all of our open PR. I kind of like how, and I know Cursor does something similar, but I do like how all these PRs are here like this. I actually think Codex desktop app does a bit better of a job of like describing the commands it's about to execute, in my opinion. Like Codex Desktop always tells me, hey, it's going to be a read-only command, right? And this doesn't do that. It's kind of interesting. I'm sure maybe if it wasn't a read-only, it would explicitly tell me, maybe. I don't know, but we'll go ahead and execute this. So right now we're using the Codex Desktop app, we're using the Claude Desktop app, and I'm using Cursor. Last night when I was working on these front-end updates, I kept running into some limits on Codex. And so I went ahead and upped the Codex plan to the $100 plan. And then I decided to go ahead and get the $100 Claude plan as well. And for me, it's nice to have, and I may end up making some sort of decision to just stick with one or the other at some point, maybe. To be honest, after working with Claude, I do like brainstorming with Claude and kind of riffing together with Claude, but when I'm getting really deep into the details, I really appreciate how concise Codex is. Claude is great, and in some areas it's verbose when I want it to be verbose, and other areas it's verbose when I don't want it to be verbose. And yeah, the $200 Codex plan is probably good. I so far I'm really liking Codex. It's really nice. But anyways, let's look here. But I'm gonna have PR review from Cursor, Codex, and Claude. So really, I'm curious to just see, will Claude, when it does the PR review, is it going to find other items, right? Are items that Codex and Cursor is not finding? Oh, the brainstorming skill, cool. I haven't tried that yet. I need to try that. I was going to make a video at some point, Osiris, so just about like all the skills, and I am going to create this agentic loop, like. I'm going to make it to where I just enter in my requirements into a Google Sheet, and then it pushes the issues up and goes ahead and like writes the code, generates the PR, starts PR review. And then actually Claude has a feature where you can click here and it's able to see open PRs. And I think Cursor has this too. I just haven't used it. Claude did a little better job of like putting it right in front of my face. Down here with this little modal. I haven't seen Cursor like pop up a view here showing all my open PRs. Maybe they're doing it. I'm sure they are. I know they have a lot of PR functionality. But a lot of the PR functionality on Cursor I have challenges with because I have a submodule set up, right? So I have that's the div. Okay, I want to open terminal. Oh. Let's well, that wasn't good. Hold on. We gotta do something now. Okay. Let me come to settings. I just accidentally exposed something. Let me revoke access. And then we're going to do this again. That wasn't fun. Okay. That's the life of streaming right there. Okay, I just revoked that token. Let's just make sure it's revoked. I just had to revoke this token. Can you test to make sure it's revoked? We're gonna have to update the GitHub secret again in all these repos. I accidentally exposed this token. Yeah, the desktop app, I'm still kind of getting used to them. I just like, I don't know, sometimes once I get used to the desktop app, like the Codex desktop app, I really started to like it. I know they have some experimental features in the CLI. But I think, once we get everyone's transitioning, like Cursor transition to this like agent control plane, right? Where you're able to run agents in many different, and you can do this in the terminal too. But I kind of like this this style. Okay, let's do this. Yeah. There's still commands in the desktop app, but I know what you mean. I mean, even for me, like the desktop app, there's, I don't know, it seems like I do move a little. I was like, it's easier to just pull up that terminal and get moving. Okay, confirmed, revoked. Let's just go into settings again. And it doesn't show it's revoked until you like log out and log back in. It's annoying. Anthropic has some strange stuff happen though. Like I saved some memories and it just like spun for 15 minutes. And then finally it saved the memory. When I revoke tokens, it says that they're revoked, but in the GUI, they still appear in the GUI, and they're not titled. The tokens aren't titled really good. They're just, it's titled like Claude Code Authorization Token User Interface, but I can't tell that like it's an OAuth. I don't know. I just wish the authorization token was a little more descriptive there. But let's revoke it again. And let's actually log out of here and log back in. Let's go. Yeah. Log. Bear with me. Okay, I'm logged back in. Very good. Okay, let's go to settings. Okay, yeah. Now, like I revoked tokens in the Claude settings. They have authorization tokens, and I'll revoke them, and then I can't see that they're revoked until I log out and log back in. Interesting. The Codex GUI. Interesting. I thought Codex. I thought that maybe that's Cursor. Cursor does a good job of showing work trees. Cursor will show me work trees that I have set up in Codex and Cursor. I'm gonna say. Let's open this. Okay, I revoked the token. Let's set up another one. Give me the command to create another token, and then I'll copy it to my clipboard again.
it ugly? But time after time and through every turn in this life, I could use some stability. We fly and we fall, but we don't fall apart. Break after break, each piece of my heart. Lovers have come.
I just have strange challenges with Claude Code sometimes. Okay, let's open up another terminal. Like right now, there's some terminal that like in Claude Code, I'm looking at a terminal right now that looks like this. Codex Desktop, definitely the like terminal modal and the browser modal is better. Like the GUI is a little better in my opinion. All right, let's clear this.
Tell me, how good do people grow? Rearrange and transpose, but it's always the same. I'm attracted to every way. Your mind and your body could ever change. We fly and we fall, but we
Gotta open up this.
break after break, each piece of my heart. Lovers have come.
Yeah, nah, I'm good. I want to, but I'm almost done.
When the whole world feels wrong, they say history repeats itself, but a memory is for the shelf. Well,
Getting close.
play the moments and years of our lives while I'm praying and hoping.
Okay, so let's okay, here we go. All right, let's do this now. I just have to make sure I'm opened up in my right Chrome browser. Okay, there we go. And let's run this again. Okay, authorize, perfect. Close the window. Okay. Okay, the token is copied to the clipboard. Once this is done, I gotta make sure that terminal's closed down. Okay, I think it just rotated. Okay, I think we're back. We're back, maybe. Okay, let's clear this. Okay, good. Okay. All right, let's bring Claude Code over here. I'm gonna say okay. Okay, can we make? I know we have open PRs open right now. Should we? You know what? We can just add. What I'll do actually is let me. Okay, so two things. Right now, we still have the open PRs. Those PRs have comments that Codex and Bugbot left. I also want to maybe push another commit just so we can make sure that the PR review is working with the new GitHub secrets. Then I'm gonna come into Codex while we wait for this. I'm gonna say, okay, we're gonna be extending the agent system to handle email. This is kind of the flow that we've been thinking through. I want you to review the Google Workspace CLI and the GOG CLI project. Review that code, and let's look at the patterns that they or the patterns they use to implement a Gmail authentication and integration. And what learnings can we take from this and use it to extend our product to handle email? Okay, let's come back to call. Okay. All right, let's do this. And let's pull up GitHub quickly. First, let's come to GitHub here. Is this the auth service? No. Let's pull up the auth service. Okay, here's act as auth, pull request. Okay. So we're about to push a commit up to this PR, and we're gonna see if it kicks off Claude. Okay, review that YAML. Are you sure if we push a commit that'll kick off Claude? I thought it was only when or is it only when a PR opens? Or is it only when a PR opens? Okay. Okay. Opened or synchronized. Okay, cool. Yes, push the trigger commit. All right, so we're just testing to make sure the Claude PR review kicks off here. I exposed a OAuth secret on stream, and I had to revoke it, create a new secret. Then we push that secret as a the OAuth secret, the Claude OAuth secret to GitHub as a GitHub secret. Let's see if this works. Wow. It's a complex command. Okay, here's the new commit. Here's the checks. Okay, nice. So there you see, Claude Code review is running. Okay, so it's working. So now really what I'm interested in is okay, it looks like the Claude Code PR review is running. I want you to explain those bugbot and cursor, or the cursor bugbot and the codex PR review comments on these YAML files. These YAML files we used are like the default that Claude provides, right, for PR review? Okay, while this is working, let's go back to Codex and let's see. Okay. So what I did right now, guys, is again, and I know there may be new people in here, but this is our agent system here. And we're going to be extending this to handle email. So right now, our workflow is it's a voice agent. We built out the architecture for voice using GPT Real-Time 2. I did actually a voice agent demo earlier in the stream. But pretty much we're going to be extending this to also handle email. And so what I'm doing is there's really two different open source projects. One of them is GOG CLI that the OpenClaw founder released. This is a CLI tool for the Google Workspace. And so we're going to be reviewing this tool and also this Google Workspace CLI. So there was actually a Google employee, I think, that was working there for like 7 years, and he built this, and Google fired him actually for building this. So we're just gonna review both of these open source projects. I already cloned them down to my directory, and we're just gonna have AI review the project and look for any implementation patterns that we can maybe get some learnings from to help us integrate with Gmail. So let's see what Codex said here. I reviewed the Blue Cactus paths plus the Gmail patterns in both reference repos. No code changes, commits, or pushes. Google Workspace CLI. Treat PubSub as a wake-up signal, not the source of truth. Okay. For replies, set thread ID in reply to and references. Okay. Access tokens per request, not hold one token through a watch loop. Okay. Its agent safe profile is almost exactly the MVP policy we want. Read, draft, organize are allowed. Okay. Store in advance Gmail. Watch cursor state durably. Copy conceptually. Okay. Okay, so Blue Cactus plan. Okay, walk us through the full flow, all the way from Google, Gmail integration on our settings page, all the way to fetching the emails, or just walk us through the full complete flow from end to end, include code blocks. Okay, let's see what Claude said here. Okay. Visual default template. Okay, first a key split. Yeah, YAML files. Okay. I think the bot's wrong, but it does mean, okay, Claude code. Okay, read-only permission block Claude from replying. To read, but the action needs write to post comments, push fixes. Okay. Huh. And Codex does their reviews with priority P1 and P2. P1 is high priority. Okay, explain this item concisely. Do you think we should fix this? Okay. All right, let's see. What GitHub doesn't pass? GitHub doesn't pass repo secrets to PRs from forks or from Dependabot. It's empty. The review job fails with a red instead of quietly skipping. I'm not even using Dependabot. Yeah. Yeah, we're not even using GitHub Dependabot right now. And no, it's not an open source project, no outside contributions. Okay. All right, that's fine. This one was kind of interesting, where it says, so why didn't Anthropic include this in the default template, you think? Okay, let's walk through our flow for the email integration. Okay, so here's how it's going to work. So again, so we have right now in our Blue Cactus AI in our settings page, we have integrations. And this is where we get our access token, right? Or I always forget if we're using the refresh token or the access token. But this is where we get our access token and the refresh token, right? And I think we use the refresh token to update the access token, the short-lived access token. But we're gonna, right now, this is only when you authenticate using this authentication process here, it only hooks into your Google Calendar. So we also need to hook into Gmail, right? So that's really the first part of the flow. So flows the full Gmail intake flow from the admin clicking in Cactus Web. Okay, so here we go. Cactus Web adds a Gmail integration card next to the existing Google Calendar integration. Okay, so pretty much we'll have a front end component to handle this Gmail integration. When the user takes action inside of that component to do this integration, it's going to call our Cactus Auth Go service, which is our authentication service that we built in Go. And okay, so this is where the OAuth flow happens inside a Cactus Auth Go. But with a new flow type. Okay. Okay. So this is some new code that we're going to include in the authentication service. Connect. Save state to Redis. We need to look at what that is. Okay, so it's really just some authentication flow here. Google callback stores the mailbox grant. Then we store the refresh token. It's pretty much our front end calls our authentication service. The authentication service talks to Google. Google returns the refresh token. We're creating a new table called Google Mailboxes. callback. Okay. Then we have inbox routes. Gmail watch is registered. Auth refreshes and stored token returns only the access token. Gmail push arrives. So it's like a pub sub. It looks like Google when Google gets new emails, they push them down to us. It's not us constantly polling. I think they push down like a some sort of ID, and then we look at that ID and check it against the last ID that we got to see if there's new emails we need to fetch, and then we fetch them. Something like this. Cursor. Push one. The pushed one tells us something changed. The stored one tells us where to resume. Then we go fetch all the messages. Then we do some durable dedupe. Because sometimes they'll send duplicate emails, is my understanding. Okay, what was that Redis operation at the top of the flow? Then I'm going to say... what else do we have here? This looks okay. Looks grant. Explain the inbox routes table that we're going to create. And the org Google mailboxes table in more detail. Let's come back to Claude. Yeah, but doesn't Anthropic have functionality that fixes CI build errors? Let's see. The Redis operation was the OAuth state stash, not email dedupe. When the admin clicks connect Gmail, we need to remember a small amount of context while the browser leaves our app, goes to Google, and later comes back. Okay, gotcha. Redis set. Then on callback, we delete it. So the Redis is only temporary OAuth continuity. It prevents us from trusting query params. ID. And what's the purpose of this? Do we have to do this? I don't understand. Interesting. Why is that a way someone could kind of mutate that callback URL to connect a mailbox to a different organization ID? Is that how we do it with the Google Calendar integration? Okay, bad shape. Okay, cool. Okay, great. And this is how those open source projects handle authentication too? Where are the... See, Claude is just kind of wordy. Yeah, well, you can actually enable a continuous integration fix right here in the Claude desktop GUI. I see it. Making too much noise. Okay. Okay, so right now we're almost done with this here. Okay, that's fine. Holy moly. Claude took control of my computer. Hopefully it didn't shut down stream. I don't think it should have. It took a picture of my desktop. Hold on. Did the stream crash? Hold on. Oh, no, we're up. We're up. Okay. I don't know what the heck it just did. Hold on. Even computer use from Codex seems it's what is it doing? Okay, let's pause it right now. Really strange behavior. I just let it access my computer, and it kind of it started moving all my windows went to different locations. OBS went to the top right. Let me make sure stream still can see here. Just really, I have to say, computer use. I don't know. I haven't tested it enough. Maybe I shouldn't mention it yet. Yeah, just look at this picture. Then some really strange. Sometimes I'll like chat with the chat, and I'll ask it questions about Claude Code, and it won't give me a great answer. Then I go to ChatGPT and ask it the same question, and it seems like it has more knowledge about Claude than the Claude chat has about itself. Just kind of strange. Okay, there we go. We got Twitch open. Good. All right, let's just keep the GitHub YAMLs the way we have them right now. I'm not too concerned about the CI build failure. It looks like Anthropic has some functionality locally that will do that. So tell me, what are the open PRs we have right now? Check again. Okay, go ahead and merge all of these PRs, and then check out to the default branch, main or master, and pull from origin after you merge. Okay. Okay, great. If they have a similar pattern, that's all I wanted to know. Walk me through the flow again, the full flow, and also consider how the workflow will or explain. I guess we're going to need to set up a workflow for the email flow, right? Now, the trigger to kick off this flow will either be an incoming webhook or an incoming email. So just explain kind of how the triggers will work when we build out this workflow, and include that in the flow details when you give me the flow. Guys, I'm gonna grab another espresso real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. All right, so let's see. That maps an external event into an agent session. Source adapter, normalized event, route lookup, trail boss session turn, workflow decides desired action, channel policy gates what can leave. Okay. Incoming webhook, incoming email. Okay, I want you to check Postgres and Redis and Homebrew and review the code again to see the existing tables we have and make certain that these are the tables that we need to create. And just to give you a little more detail, like for the email workflow, I guess when we have an incoming email, it would come from a certain address and have certain details in the body, right? Are we just checking the from address, or will the workflow be checking the body details of the email? Or will we just be kind of fetching down all new emails that hit that inbox and the workflow will generate the reply for that email. Or let's walk through this in a little more detail. So, can you give this to me in a handoff prompt? No, I don't want you to do anything else. Just run git status and tell me what branch we're on now for each one of these services. Okay. So we merged the PRs. These like PR things didn't disappear, which is interesting. They give this little warning that it can't be tracked. Can't be tracked now. And parent for parent in each service. Echo parent. Okay, yeah. Okay, good. Okay, and all these local branches match the remote default branch, right? Okay, cool. All right, so we got the Claude PR review working. Now I'm going to pass this into Codex after it does its thing. So here's the flow. Here's the flow that Claude code for the email functionality. So we have Gmail OAuth flow. Or Google mailboxes. It's interesting. There's no Redis inserting the state whenever we do the OAuth. Maybe it does do that. That's a good question. You know, I think Sonnet 3.5 and hey AB. That's a good question. You know, honestly, right now I'm enjoying Codex, the Codex desktop app. I will say I've used Cursor, Codex desktop app, and Claude desktop app. Out of all the tools, to be honest, right now, I want to say maybe the Codex desktop app I kind of have number one, then Cursor, then the Claude desktop app, at least for now. I only started using the Claude desktop app like yesterday. But the first coding model I ever used that was really like, whoa, this is incredible, was Sonnet 3.5. And it felt like Anthropic was way ahead of OpenAI and Google. But Now I think GPT 5.5 is right in line with Opus 4.8, if not pushed ahead of it a little. It's my opinion. Okay, in the existing calendar flow, is there any Redis operation when we set up the calendar, Google Calendar integration? Okay, good question and worth verifying precisely. During Google Calendar setup, initiate Google Calendar Connect generates a random state. Then it saves it. Okay, so do we generate that random state and store it into Redis? And when Google returns the callback URL, does it include that state in the callback URL? I just want to understand for my own edification. Okay. We do need new email specific tables plus a small session migration. Current runtime tables are voice shaped. So we're going to need this new table. This is going to have ID, org ID, Google account, the scope, connected at, updated at, disconnected at. Inbox routes. ID, org ID, mailbox ID, address match, match type, agent ID, target node key. Okay. Okay, which mailbox address starts which workflow? Got it. Agent ID. Okay, so this would be associated with an agent ID. Got it. Gmail mailbox watch state. Okay. Create email deliveries. Okay. Channel, external session, provider, provider thread, current node key, workflow state. Okay. And session events. Behavior, got it. Okay. Okay, how about right now we store session state or live call state in Redis, but we use an ID that's only associated with Twilio voice calls. Are we going to be changing that? Note that we generate it and store it. Client ID, redirect scope, state. Okay, state is an opaque string. It never parses it. Okay, that's where I was confused. I was like, does Google know what that state is? It probably doesn't know what that state is, right? Google echoes it back, inbound leg. Okay. And consume it. Okay. Okay, what I want you to do is look in the reference directory. We have 2 open source projects. One's called the Google Workspace CLI, and another's called the GOG CLI. I want you to review that code and look for patterns that are related to this email integration. And then see if there's any learnings that we can take from that code, and then walk me through the full flow again. When you first walked me through the flow, I didn't see this Redis operation where we store the state in Redis and then match the state with the Google callback URL when we complete the Google OAuth. So go ahead and walk me through that full flow again, and then walk me through all the new tables that we're going to need to create, and also the Redis state and how we handle Redis state today with voice, and if we need to make any modifications to the key for Redis state so it can handle omni-channel sessions for email sessions and voice sessions. Okay. Yes, but not by breaking the voice path. Is keyed like this. Okay. Events key. That is the line for live Twilio calls because the call ID is the natural active call identity. I would keep that for voice. For email, we should not fake a Twilio style call ID. Voice session channel, provider, external session key. Got it. Session table becomes the shared anchor. Resumes like this. Okay. Okay, so keep in mind that this eventually is going to be an omni-channel system. So the runtime needs to be able to handle different channels, right? So preferably, and these are future items, but we're going to want to be able to, the agents will be able to switch between email channel, SMS channel, voice channel, chat channel, right? So I want you to think through this and then provide me the full flow again. Just make sure you make that consideration that eventually we're going to extend this for email and chat. Runtime channel neutral. Okay. While keeping each channel adapter responsible for protocol-specific work. Terms of session, turn, event, outcome, policy. Okay.
Cause of my own pain. No one's coming to save you, baby girl. You got to save.
Okay, here's the session keys. Channel-specific IDs can still exist as compatibility columns or side tables.
You got to save.
Unified turn input. Every adapter should call trail boss with the same conceptual envelope. Okay. Okay, cool.
I don't wanna be crazy no more.
Okay, and remember, we're going to need a new page called Inbox that we'll have to include on the sidebar. And when messages get queued up, they'll be in the inbox ready for our approval. And when we walk through this flow, we're going to want to set up an example workflow too that we could just push straight into Postgres without me having to create it from the GUI. I want something very basic for this workflow, so maybe and I don't know what the incoming email trigger will be, if it's just going to be a from address or if it's going to be details in the body of the email. But the idea is maybe we'll get an email about collections. So maybe a customer is past due on their bill. And so we'll get an incoming collections email. And then we're going to need to draft an email to that end customer letting them know, hey, we're aware of your delinquency. You know, here's your payment details. You know, please provide payments within 10 days or something, or we're going to suspend your service. Just walk me through the flow again. I know I've asked it like 10 times to walk me through the flow, but let's now I have Claude reviewing these open source projects right now, and I'm just I'm looking at pretty much the patterns that they use to handle the Gmail integration. And so yeah, just to make sure that we're just kind of doing best practices, because I know that the people involved in these tools, at least this guy, he was a Google employee, and so I know he deeply understands the Google workspace. And then here you have OpenClaw, which this guy's pretty sharp too. So just reviewing their code. And both of these projects have very permissive open source licenses, so it's okay for us to do this. So just having the agent review these code bases. Grab my water. Okay. Alright, so here we go. Here's the flow end to end. Auth owns OAuth refresh token. Email route maps inbox address to workflow. Okay, so admin connects Gmail. We add a Gmail card besides Google Calendar. Okay, the browser goes here. We redirect to Cactus off Go. We do the OAuth with Google. Admin creates inbox route. Connecting Gmail alone does not run an agent. We need a route. So yeah, so before we can do this, we'd have to have a workflow set up, right, with an agent ID that we can associate with the mailbox. Okay. Yes, the route needs a workflow target first, the dependency order. Connect Gmail mailbox, create or select. So the route is binding between a mailbox. Okay, yeah, so like what if a user went to settings to go set up their Gmail integration, but they didn't have a email agent workflow set up? And also we're gonna have to, right now we can add a workflow, but maybe we want to be able to add a voice agent, or create a voice agent workflow, or create an email workflow, or how should we think about this? Okay, here we go. Okay, both reference projects paid off. Almost exactly our adapter's core. Okay. Learnings, then rewalk the flow with red as state. Okay. So here are the learnings we got from the reference CLIs. Does exactly what email edge needs, and go. Gmail sync. Is still his. Okay, treats both 400 history to old. For delete plus add. Okay. Can you explain this dedupe again? Is it because they have or Google sends you a history ID, right? And then you have your cursor location. And then Google will send you another history ID, but they'll send a duplicate. Is that right? Or explain that to me for a layman. Honestly, more just curious how they do this. Distinct from the Gmail message ID. Delivery ID. Gmail message ID. Okay, 3 different IDs. So you've got, and this is how Google Gmail integration actually works here. So you have the pub sub message ID, the envelope ID on each notification delivery. Okay. A counter. The mailbox is now at point X. Right. Okay, got it. I didn't even actual email. Okay, so the history ID, where to start reading. Analogy. Okay, the mail, picture of mailroom. Yeah, don't give me the analogies. Just give me like the actual flow of how it would work with email. I don't like these analogies. Well, I think maybe there's a, they pass a history ID, which lets you know, okay, the mailbox is at this point. Input a Gmail push hits email edge. Okay, so Gmail's pushing it, right? And they have a message ID. Okay, let's be concise with this. I just want to make sure I understand this. So Google pushes a email to us, right? Or we hook into their watch. I don't know if that's like a polling or a WebSocket or how that works, but we hook into their API, and then they start pushing emails to us, right? And what IDs are included in those emails they're pushing to us? Okay, how the hookup works. You call users.watch once per mailbox. Okay. That tells Gmail, publish a notification to this Google whenever this mailbox changes. Gotcha. So we just hit their API. And then they know, okay, let's start pushing new emails to this endpoint, right? And from then on, Gmail publishes to that pub sub topic. Okay, so we kind of subscribe to a topic, pretty much, it looks like. And then Google, every time they get a new email in that inbox, they publish it to that topic, and we're subscribed to that topic, so we fetch it down. This is just me to I have to talk myself through this. Let's push. Okay. Okay, it's just pub sub. It's not a WebSocket. It's, I guess you could call it polling. You'd have to recall the watch command too every 7 days, it looks like. All right, so what's actually in the push? So you get a message ID. Email address, which mailbox changed, and history ID. A cursor number. Gotcha. How come I didn't... How come I don't see the history ID in this object body? Yeah, pretty much. Then your system has this history ID, and you know, all right, the mailbox is now at the 0.1000. Then say 5 more emails come in. Then they post another object to you with another history ID called 1005, something like that. Then you know, all right, I need to go fetch these 5 emails because the cursor moved from 1,000 to 1,005. That's kind of how I'm thinking about it. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. All right, so okay, great. Now let's walk through the full complete flow again. Now that I understand this a bit better. Okay, here we go. We got our response back. Okay, so here's, and I've walked through this like 10 times now, but I'm getting a better understanding now. Okay, so in our settings, we're going to hook into the Google OAuth. We're going to go call Google. They're going to return a callback URL. We're going to get the refresh token. We're going to store it in this table called org Google mailboxes. Then our email service, which is called Email Edge. Or that's actually not the name of the service, but that's what did I name the service? Let me see. Email Edge Telegraph. Right, so we're pretty much going to subscribe to a Google topic that's going to expire every 7 days. So every 7 days, we're going to have to use a cron job to resubscribe. And okay, so the push arrives. So there is a dedupe. So sometimes Google will push duplicates. I just get curious about this. Why can Google send duplicates when you subscribe to their Gmail topic? Okay, so they're waiting for acknowledgement. If there's no acknowledgement, it'll retry. Google's will keep trying to push that. It's like if your service is subscribed to that topic, and it's subscribed to that topic, and pretty much your service could go down. They push you a message. You don't acknowledge that message with like a 200 OK. And then they'll retry. Okay, not super important to understand that. I more just have a curiosity. Okay, so let's keep going through. Auth go. Then we get the mailbox token. Okay, this is where we actually read the email after they push it to us. This is that's the dedupe operation. Here's another layer of dedupe. This is where we actually fetch the email and normalize it. This is where we try to see, okay, now that we know what the email, what agent is that email associated with? Okay. Okay, cool. Hand a trail boss. Mint a service. Here's the human review. Resume. Okay. All right, now we're going to need to, before we can match the mailbox to an agent, we'll have to have an agent or an agent workflow created, right, for an email agent. Right now we can create voice workflows, but not email workflows. The first workflow that I want to set up is just we receive an email from that mailbox, and it'll be like a collections email, right, where a customer's delinquent, and we're going to draft an outbound email reply, letting that customer know that, hey, you have a balance on your account. You have X amount of days to remit payment, or your service will be suspended, something like that. So we're going to need to create that workflow first, right? What will happen if a user sets up the Gmail integration, but they don't have an agent yet that will be associated with that mailbox? Also, right now, I want you to also review the usage dashboard. Right now, we're tracking usage details for a voice agent, but now we're going to be using the OpenAI response API, right? Responses API. How will we track the usage of those tokens? I want you to include that in your plan. Turn on some different music here. Guys, I had kind of a longer night last night, so if I'm not as talkative as usual, that's maybe why. Let's see if we can get some different vibe on here. Let's see. Yeah, I know. I've been drafting it for a long time. I think it's pretty good so far too. I could just let it rip. Just want to make sure it's not doing anything too funky. And I want to make sure it's extendable, because really the whole thing with this agent system is I want it to be able to switch channels, right? Like, okay, we do a voice call, then we're switching to email channel, now we're doing SMS channel, voice, SMS, regular web chat, and have it like very modular, right? So I can continue to extend it. And when I read through the draft, for some reason, it's not very clear about how, because one of the tables we're going to create is going to be a table that matches an email inbox or a mailbox to a agent, right? And every time I keep reading this draft, it's not very clear about what that flow is going to be like. Like, okay, you create a new workflow, right? Which is going to be, if I come to agents and I go to create agent, it's going to be right here. But how will, once you set up that integration with your Google Calendar, how is it going to know to match that mailbox with this specific agent? And that's kind of what still has me a little confused. Yeah, no, so actually that's a use case I'm going to use. Like right now in my business, we have tons of people that are in collections right now. And at some point we actually end up selling the debt to a collections company. But what's funny is that what people do in trucking sometimes is they'll set up a trucking company, and some of them will not follow any safety protocols. Some of them follow safety protocols, some of them don't. They'll drive incredibly aggressively, having all sorts of safety violations. They'll buy services, and they just don't pay for the services, right? And at some point, if you don't get serious about collections, what's interesting is if you let someone go like 6 months without paying their service bill and you try to collect after 6 months, they just won't. They'll just walk away. They'll shut down their business. They'll move to a different vendor. They'll just say they just will never respond, right? But if like they're 2 months past due and you get on top of it and you shut down or suspend service, almost every time in my experience, you'll suspend service, you get payment the next month. Or you suspend their service, you get a phone call from them immediately. Hey, my camera's not working. Oh yeah, you're 2 months past due. Or you're 3 months past due. You know, as soon as you pay your balance, we'll bring your service back up. And that works, right? So like that's one use case I'm about to use for this agent. I mean, there's really like tons of different use cases in my business. I was talking with someone about it yesterday. But I mean, you got collections, you've got like a lot of reconciliation we have to do when we send purchase orders to our partners and they return invoices. We do a lot of reconciliation. We do collections. Really all sorts of stuff. We do a lot of product pricing changes sometimes, and we got to push that up into our accounting system. But stuff like that. Okay. All right, so let's come back to Claude. All right. Okay. So I'm gonna say this. Yeah, so eventually this webhook might have a different shape. So instead of just having a to or a phone number included as the argument, there may be some other arguments that would kick off the email flow. So I don't know if we want to change this during this pass or what you think. Okay. Do we need to add any new general runtime policies for just email, right, for the email agent? These are general runtime policies that really apply to all agents and all nodes. Yeah, so what nodes and what tools are we going to need to make available or expose for this new email workflow? So right now I have two different workflows that I'm interested in. One workflow is we're going to receive a webhook. So I have a fleet management business where we have no video signal events from cameras, which means one of the cameras is disconnected, or a media error event, which means the SD card had a media error and it needs to be reformatted. Another thing is actually, yeah, when a like I could have a workflow where we're able to determine that someone's delinquent on their bills. So I fetch from my accounting system to see when their invoices are past due. When the invoices are past due, I generate an outbound email to the end customer. If they don't respond to the email, I send them an SMS. If they don't respond to the SMS, I make a phone call, right? If they don't respond and I give them time, we run that on a schedule. We keep reaching out, keep reaching out, keep reaching out. If they don't respond, then I have a partner that helps me suspend the devices, or I have a team member that helps me suspend the devices. Then we generate another email to that partner with the device ID saying, hey, this customer's delinquent, suspend their devices. So that's an example of a workflow. So in this scenario, I'll receive a webhook. When we receive that webhook, we're going to want to draft an email with some details about how the customer needs to check their camera connections and needs to check their SD card. The second email workflow that I'm interested in is collections. So today, it may either be a webhook or an inbound email letting us know that there's a collections event, right? So one of our customers has a overdue balance. So that data will come in and we'll need to draft an email to the end customer letting them know that, hey, they have an overdue balance, they need to remit payment ASAP, or their service will be suspended. So we're going to need to create workflows for this stuff, right? Let's keep walking through this. The collections workflow. Intent node, delinquent notice. Wait, what? One compliance flag. Since it's collection specifically, dunning emails. I don't even know what this. I've never heard of this. Explain this. Oh, okay. All right, but this is my SaaS business, and these are services that we suspend. Okay. All right, let's not worry about this right now. Okay. So okay. No routing configured. Got it. Okay, this is a good idea. I like this. Okay, cool. All right, we're almost ready. I'm about to take a handoff prompt from here, give it to Codex, walk through the flow one more time, and then we're going to create a plan and implement it. Oh. How's your project coming along, Osiris? Is it good? Have you thought about any way to like try to distribute it or try to get the first customer under your belt? Inventory's full. All right. Claude's still thinking. Okay. 2 in their channel level, not node level. Okay. The model never chooses who gets emailed. Okay. No new node types. Okay, no new tools. Okay. Query business docs is the workhorse. Okay. Workflow A, fleet camera. Yeah, I think let's sketch out these two email agent workflows. We can just build them and push them straight into Postgres, right? I want you to use Homebrew to review the existing workflow we have in Postgres. And remember that I'm building an agent system, and we're going to build it best of breed, focused on the fleet management vertical. So these workflows are kind of fleet management focused. Eventually, we may use these workflow templates and put them in like our agent garden, right? Our agent kit, right? Or have templates that people can just boot up and use. And are you sure we don't need any new node types or anything like that, or any new tools? I'll go with what you suggest. Give me your thoughts, and then let me know how you're going to create these agent workflows. Also, at some point when you add a new workflow, it'd be nice to show the user, hey, do you want to add an email workflow or a voice workflow? See what Claude says here. Really, I'm keep iterating because I'm a little still a little concerned about like how the workflow stuff is gonna work. But I think the best thing to do at this point is just kind of go ahead and write the code, check out to a new branch, and then we'll test it and then start iterating from there. Because we'll learn a lot once we go ahead and write the code. But let's see what Claude says here, and then we'll go from there. First, I'm actually going to let Claude set up the workflow instead of Codex, but I'm going to let Codex write the code. So I have it reviewing the existing workflow right now, which is Bella. So this is the existing Bella. Yeah, and are we going to need new templates? Didn't mean to stop you from running that command. You can run it now. Okay. Allow Cloud to run check whether node instructions are stored versus template injected. Grab a water. Okay. No new ones for MVP. Okay, templates not needed to run, but yes, you want as product artifacts. The runtime loads a compiled graph from Redis. Yeah, I want you to, and I know when we save it from the front end, it compiles and saves to Redis and Postgres, but you should be able to do that for me, right? So go ahead and create the new templates that are email shaped, and then build the workflow for me, and push into Redis and Postgres. Okay, let's get a different vibe on the music if we can. Let me see. I think this was this is Neo Soul. Get our soft house on. Okay. Hold on, now before we do this, were we gonna I know we're creating some different Redis keys, right? Or we're gonna change the Redis keys, because right now we have the voice service uses Redis, and the keys are have identifiers that are related to voice. So do we need to think about that before we do this? Okay. Yes, do this, but remind me, you're adding a channel column to the sessions table, right? And why are we doing this? The scope of this is big. Once the scope of the feature gets bigger and bigger and bigger, you know, I'm tempted to try to understand it from end to end, but it is hard to kind of like hold it all in your head, right? Especially when it's kind of a lot of changes here. But again, I still like walking through it. You know, I just have a concern. If I just started doing tons of features and never reviewed it, I have a concern that one day I'm going to boot the project up. There's going to be all these side effects, all this strange behavior that I don't understand why it's happening. And like, that's my biggest concern. Okay, cool, I understand. But I guess we don't have to do this, right? When we create these 2 new workflows, at least not right now. I want to create these workflows, and then once we're done doing that, and I want to create new templates that are shaped to email. Once we're done doing that, I want you to give me a handoff prompt walking through the complete full flow of how we're going to implement this and how we're planning to approach this. I started getting attacked in old school RuneScape here. Uh-oh. Okay. Let's go back into stealth. Okay. Then I'm going to say, I want you to create templates on the workflows that are shaped for email only. After you're done creating these 2 new workflows, I want you to give me a handoff prompt of everything that we discussed and the full implementation plan of how we're going to do this. And also, I know we're adding that column to the sessions table, and so it would be nice on the front end if you could also include in our handoff prompt. I don't know if we discussed this, but include that when we add a workflow from the front end, to have the option to add a email or a voice workflow. And I guess when we do that, we'll put the appropriate value in the channel column, or the new column that we're going to be adding to the sessions table in Postgres. Oh, I think we hit 500 subscribers too. So just want to say thank you to anyone that's been supporting so far and helped us get to 500 subscribers. It does mean a lot. And, I'm committed to continuing and trying to build this community. And also, we can all learn together as we move along here. I do like riffing. I like how Opus is a little more talkative than Codex. I will say though, I mean, sometimes I'm reading through it and it feels wordy, but if you are confused, sometimes when you are trying to get a deeper understanding, and we're going to find a way to benchmark these models, so I'm not just like speculating or giving my opinion, right? Or at least we can run it against some sort of benchmark inside of this fleet management domain, and then I can use that as evidence, to back my opinion, and see if my thoughts kind of line up with the evaluations. But at least my vibe when talking with Opus, there's moments where I need a deeper understanding and I appreciate that wordiness. And then there's moments where I'm kind of getting exhausted reading through it because it feels like it's a little wordy, a little all over the place, and not direct, right? Where Codex feels very, very to the point and direct. Just want to see the seed. Fleet alert notifier. No video signal, media error. Ooh, he enabled the tools. Nice. Is Claude a girl, a guy or a gal? I guess it's I don't know. Is that a unisex name, Claude? Okay. Collections notice. Oh, nice. We're setting up 2 workflows. Mail for sure. Okay, so this is actually what the kind of the JSON object. So once you save that workflow graph, once you save this is kind of what that looks like on the back end, right? So you've got the persona and what the identity is. Then you've got the nodes, right? So here's one node. Okay, and here are the edges. So this is kind of what says how the nodes are connected, right? And then our runtime and we don't pass. One thing that took me a while to understand is when we're using the voice agent, especially, is we don't and you can imagine for an enterprise company or a larger organization, these workflows can get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, right? So this JSON object can kind of get massive. And when I was first building the voice agent, actually what I used to do, or what I did, was Claudia, all right, Claudia, Claudia, that's right. Okay, so anyway, so really you don't want to, like, say you have an agent, you don't want to just stuff all of this into the context window, because it can cause some confusion, because it really pays attention to, and I'm not a LLM attention expert, but I think, you know, the most recent tokens in context, it's paying attention to those tokens more than the tokens that are older, right? I don't exactly know how the attention mechanism works, right? But the idea is that sometimes the less the bigger the context, we all know, as the context gets bigger and bigger and bigger, then you get the compaction. And sometimes, I haven't experienced it that much, but sometimes after compaction, you'll notice that the model can kind of get confused or get off track, right? So when you keep that context window tighter, the model performs better. And so what my runtime service does, which is the Stagecoach service, is like the voice service calls the runtime service and says, hey, which node are we on right now? And the runtime service only passes that one node and the details for that specific node to the voice service, one node at a time, instead of passing this big massive JSON object all at once, right? And that's kind of the methodology behind it. So we're doing something. So now what's interesting is that runtime service that we built out. What game? Carnage Heart. No, I haven't. I haven't. It's funny, but I have WoW up here, but I'm not a super, like, by any means. I'm not like a hardcore gamer at all, actually. It's a PS1 game. Check it out for sure. Yeah, I will. I always I'll check it out after stream. Just so you know, if I ever miss people's chats too, I you know, like after the stream when I'm hitting the hay for the night, I kind of pop up in the stream. I just scroll through the chat to see if I missed anything, or I catch up on messages, or when people tell me things, I go back and review it and I go check it out. So I'll definitely check that out. All right, let's do this. This seed script looks good enough. And it's interesting. The way it does it now, it's actually it built a method called seed agent. Okay, and then it's just some code that's like calling that method. It literally built some quick JavaScript to do this. Just a quick JavaScript script. All right, so let's do this. We should actually see it in the front end already. Okay, here we go. Here's the new graphs. Nice. That's looking sexy. I like that. I don't know why the other ones don't look that sexy. Why does this one look so... Why is it just a straight line like that? Okay. That's looking sexy. I like that. The workflows get me excited. Oh, wow. That kind of sounds fun. Okay, now we're verifying them. I noticed the parameter capture is a little... So the triage would read the incoming alert, identify device ID, and the fault from event type. Okay. It's like this would be like a webhook coming in. and then it would triage some sort of details, right? Maybe from the webhook. Now we're checking to make sure that graph gets compiled into Redis. So then what we do is we actually push that compiled graph into Redis. And the voice agent actually, I want to say Trailboss, I forget. I think Trailboss pulls from Redis. Redis is the memory database that's faster than Postgres. So whenever we need like speed, right? If you need to fetch key values fast, incredibly fast, you know, Redis can do that. Let's see what happened.
Where do we go?
Collections notice. The past due balance amount. Delinquent notice. So I'm just gonna say I'm not sure what's happening here. It didn't get saved. The compiled graph didn't get saved to Redis for one reason or another. Oh, so one thing I've noticed about Claude too is like I was talking to it this morning about this business and how I'm going to position it, because there is really big players in this business. Some of them are already at $500 million of recurring revenue, and they have built agents that are general agents, and they really are building like the orchestration layer and the infrastructure layer, right? Kind of like what I'm doing, where I have this workflow node graph and then I have the infrastructure layer and the orchestration layer, right? So I have all the Twilio integrations and the voice build out, and now the email build out. So I have this orchestration layer, right? And I was just discussing, you know, like, am I going to sell outcomes? Because one way, you really have platform companies and then best of breed companies, right? And a platform company is like a company that is going to sell to enterprise, right? Sell across every vertical, across the horizontal layer, right? And maybe a platform company has every feature you could ever imagine, right? Because they work with these, they really need to be able to serve all verticals, right? And these companies they do fundraising, they scale up, they have large teams, they subsidize customer acquisition, right? They also are able to go to companies like Twilio and negotiate large volume pricing. So they're able to get, it's like a price war. It's a price war to the bottom. And so you can try to be a platform company, but it's competitive. In the past, what you'd want to do, even before AI, is it felt like the only opportunity you had, if you didn't have a lot of resources, was to be best of breed. So you can't be everything to everyone. You need to focus on one small vertical, one scope. And that's kind of what I'm about to do. I'm about to focus on fleet management. I'm going to have a combination where I'm going to sell outcomes to like resellers in the fleet management business. So I'm going to say, hey, you know, I can help make sure, you know, you don't have any liability, right? So if one of your customers gets into an accident and you were negligent and you didn't stay on top of this camera health, right? My agent can help you fix that. Another outcome is like safety. So I'm going to build a coaching agent for driver safety. And so that's me, instead of me selling per minute, right? Because immediately when you're selling per minute, it becomes a pricing discussion, right? And usually companies that are shopping on price, right? They're maybe not as concerned with outcome. They're going to shop all platform vendors, and it becomes a price war. But if you sell outcomes, you can maybe avoid some of that discussion. But anyways, I was talking with Claude about this, and just it kind of snaps at me and kind of says like, hey, no way, or I wish I remembered exactly what it said, but it kind of was just telling me, gets a little you're kind of definitively tells me, yeah, you keep thinking like this, but you're wrong, or you keep bringing up the market size, but you can't compete as a platform company. I don't know, and Codex kind of doesn't get snappy with me like that. Yeah, the SIP trunk, I need to learn more about that phone system stuff. I'm gonna try to, that's a lot of complexity, I think, to like migrate phone numbers. Right now, I'm actually, if you have like this big massive existing phone system and stuff, I'm gonna try to get people to migrate over to Twilio and Google Workspace. So I'm actually gonna try to become a reseller of Google Workspace and become a Twilio reseller and say, hey, if you guys want to work with Blue Cactus AI, I'll help you get set up with Twilio phone numbers and help you get set up with Google. So maybe you're a Microsoft customer, and I know this is going to be challenging for some companies, but I'm going to say, hey, I want to migrate you to Google Workspace. I don't want to try to integrate with too many phone systems yet, because then I'll just get on this treadmill of it depends how big the customer is, right? The customer's massive, and just that revenue alone will be big deal for me. Then I may do whatever I need to do, right, to secure that customer. But I don't want to get too crazy with trying to integrate too much stuff. Oh, I don't know. I don't know enough about SIP trunk, honestly, Osiris. Okay, got you. Yeah, so I think Twilio could maybe I might need to do that, Osiris. It depends. I'm gonna try to like, I can do handoffs. So what I could do, Osiris, is Twilio can do handoff. So you could maybe set up, and the Twilio phone number is like, I think $2 a month. I gotta double check that, but it's about $2 a month for the phone number. Then you're paying for minutes, which I'm gonna bill. I'm still deciding how I'm gonna bill you. But what I could do is spin up that Twilio phone number to accept inbound calls, and then depending on what the workflow is, I can route that call, just hand it off to their existing phone number, even without connecting them, if that makes sense. I need to think about that though. I'm actually gonna write that down. SIP trunking and C3X here. Okay. Okay, so I noticed that you have a triage node that has parameter capture. So how is this going to work? Like when we trigger these workflows with a webhook, I don't think we have any mechanism now to pass parameters from one node to another. How are you expecting this is going to work? Yeah, Osiris, we'll have to chat about that sometime. I need to as the community continues to grow, I am planning on trying to interact more, work on that Discord server, do more voice channel stuff. After the stream, I'm pretty burnt on talking, honestly. But at some point, we're gonna have to chat about that. I didn't know that you manage buses. That's kind of cool. Okay. Okay. Okay, it's giving me the handoff. Good. Put that in the queue. Oh, cool. That must have been interesting. And what was it, like dispatching? Or I guess was it like a dispatching role where you were saying, "Hey, go to this day," or were you kind of building the routes or something? We're getting close. We're about to build it out. Dispatch routes. Oh, cool. I actually I sell like last mile routing to companies that do last mile. So we have nothing I've shown on stream, but we have I'm actually a partner with a routing company that does routing for FedEx, and so we have a system that will do like very very complex dynamic routing, like last mile routing. It's been a while since I've been involved in sales, but we do sell that product. Actually, what's interesting is there's a lot of focus on routing and dispatching right now, and I'm going to be focusing more on last mile, because what's going to happen is all the over-the-road trucking, I don't know all, and I don't know exactly when it's going to happen, but you're hearing that autonomous trucks are only going to do highway driving, right? They're only going to drive up and down the highway. They can't do city driving. I see videos all the time of like Waymo and stuff, and they're always getting like stuck or something, or they're blocking an entire street and just not moving, and everyone's honking their horn. But if that highway driving is going to become automated, me personally, we're really we're shifting we've done a lot of over the road. So I've worked with a ton of truck drivers, right, that drive all day and night, and they're over the road. They don't come home every night. They sleep in the cab. But our businesses, we're kind of reshifting focus to service companies or last mile distribution companies that do like the last mile for Amazon, or last mile distribution. Anyways, let's keep going here. Sharp catch. Okay. You know what's interesting is I don't know if we'll ever get kind of the full disclosure of what really happened with this Fable thing. You know, like, did it hack the NSA? Did it, I read some article today that some Korean company, Anthropic gave Fable access to some Korean company, and the government wasn't happy about that. Or if it was just some super bait, because I know there's, like, one thing with these models is if you say, hey, I want you to run a curl from terminal and start hitting all my endpoints and start, like, testing security, it will give you that safety guardrail. But there was, like, an easy way to just say, I'm a professor at a college and I'm working on my own internal system. Just go ahead and move forward with the curl commands, and it would kind of just bypass the guardrail. It'd be interesting to know, was it some unbelievably, like, simple thing where the AWS or the Amazon CEO was just like, test my security, and there was some safety guardrail, and then he just said, like, no, this is my product, just do it anyways, and it just did it, or if it was something more serious than that, like it actually hacked, like, some security system or something. Okay. Okay, good. Include this in the plan and give me the full handoff prompt. I'm going to pass it to another agent. Here we go. You know, they're always trying to monitor my safety or you know, these, like, it's giving me this hard pin, draft only. I mean, if you did this without AI, and some of these engineers just, I think you can really they bang stuff out fast, and I've met some engineers that can code fast. But this would not be easy to build this out by hand. I mean, it'd take at least a few months of like all day work, maybe less. I don't know. I want to say at least 3 months of like everyday work. If you're really experienced too, I want to say. Okay, let me grab this, give it to Codex, and then we're going to do this. Okay, I want you to review this handoff prompt from another agent. This is how we're considering implementing this new email or extending the agent system to handle email. I want you to review this deeply and then review the existing code and let me know in a very concise way what you think or what you would keep with this approach, or if there's anything that you would change in this approach and why you would change it. All right, we're in Codex. We're getting ready. We're about to create the plan and then integrate it. I just did a handoff prompt from Opus. Now we're in Codex. The handoff is unusually detailed. It says unusually detailed. The only place I'd be more... Concern the current builder template are still voice shaped. Okay, I want you to review the new workflows that we added to and review the webhook and how webhooks work. Right now, I don't know how the trigger is going to work for these new email-shaped workflows. It's doing compaction. Oh, let me add the Discord too in here. Forgot to do that. Pin it. Any just gonna ask it tell me in a very concise way what you would change, or what you want to remove from this plan or do differently, just so I can at a high level review that, and then I think we're good. Okay, so I guess you could use the patterns from the Agents SDK. I don't want to use the Agents SDK, but we could review some of the patterns in the SDK to help build out this responses loop, right? Tell me in a very concise way, I guess, what you are going to change from that approach. Oh, wow. Shit. I was up late last night. That's why I'm kind of a little bit low energy today. Was up till like couldn't fall asleep till like 3. Actually, I was coding nonstop. Honestly, I probably was writing. I was working for like hours. I couldn't step away from the keyboard last night. It was strange. It was, and then I was like kind of pretty wired, and I couldn't get to sleep. Yeah, no, seriously. It is that flow vibe for real. We are already using a lot of Agents SDK patterns, right, in Trailboss. Yes, this is good. check Postgres and Homebrew and Redis to look at the new workflows that we added and confirm that this trigger will work. Or we're going to need to modify the webhook, right? So it can include a new argument so it can trigger an email workflow. What do you mean by this? When were we giving state to OpenAI? Okay, we're checking Redis. I don't love this one. I don't hate this song, but I don't love it. It's a good one. Just not in the mood right now. Wow. Hey, Osiris. Have a good one, man. Have a good sleep. I'll see you on the next stream. Thanks for sticking around, man. It's cool to have someone chilling here with me. Thanks. Hopefully on the next stream you should see the email agent on the next stream. Okay, let's build out a plan to implement this, everything that we discussed, including making the changes to the webhook. So we'll be able to send a webhook and trigger this. When you build the plan, the first thing that we're going to do is in each service, we need to make modifications. We want to switch to the main default branch, pull from origin, and then check out to a feature branch. Then before we make any changes, I want to use the GitHub CLI to create issues for the items that we're going to implement in each repository where we're going to be making the changes. When you make the changes, I want you to commit the changes and reference the issues that they're related to. When you're done committing the changes and staging them locally, we're going to push to origin to the new feature branch. When you're done with that, we're going to open up a PR with the GitHub CLI. After that, we're going to pull the PR for comments. Looking for new comments from Codex PR review, Claude PR review, and Bugbot PR review. Make sure you include these details in the plan. Also, when we're done, I'm going to, I want you to give me the webhook that I can use to test. And actually, what we want to do is after we add the local commits and reference the issues, before we actually push to origin and open the PR, we're going to want to restart the phase 1 services, and then we're going to make a test, a webhook. So I'll go ahead and push the webhook and we'll test it. Before I do that, I'm probably going to have to go through the OAuth to give access to my Gmail. Create the plan again. All right, we'll skim through this one final time. So when we fire the webhook, is it going to trigger the voice workflow and the email workflow? Make the plan again. All right, we're going to do it. Guys, I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. The agent is working on implementing extending the agent system for email. Oh, I forgot if it's Command Shift or what. Okay, I'll be right back. Yeah, so there's actually a issue actually on the Codex mobile app where it tries to batch up permission approvals. Um, and I was just on my phone trying to keep the chat going while I was away, but it batches up permission approvals like 4 at a time, and I press approve on the Codex mobile app, and I should make an X post about this, but I press approve and then it just hangs. It gets stuck. It only approves one, and it won't pull up approve for the full batch. It's interesting. Just gonna come back here. Okay, I'm back. My desktop. Keep proceeding. Okay. Nice, it's building it out. Okay, now we're creating the issues with the GitHub CLI. You can batch items again. I'm on my desktop. When I'm on my phone in the Codex session, the batching doesn't work. Okay, we're creating the issues in all of the different appropriate services now. Then what we're going to do is when we make the changes, we reference the issues in the commit message. Okay, cool. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 services that we have to modify to implement this. Yeah, so here's the new workflow too. So I don't know why it has that edge on it. We're gonna have to think about that. That's a bug. Don't make any changes, but why did you put the slot balance condition on the edges on the new workflows? Don't make any changes, just review. Okay, so if you were going to update this, what edge would we use for testing? Review all the edge conditions that we have available. So what I'm reviewing right now is this edge doesn't really make sense. This slot balance edge. Yeah, so are you saying remove the edges, right? If we're going to add new edge conditions for the email-shaped workflows, how would we do that, and what conditions would you add? Okay. Remove the edges. No, I'm not saying strip edges. Just, Okay, I don't want to do this yet. Okay, can you give me a handoff prompt so I can pass it to another agent describing the issue we have with our email-shaped workflows with the edge condition that we won't satisfy? Continue proceeding with the plan, but consider the edge conditions on the email-shaped workflows and modify them so we can test the new implementation. So like 5 services we're having to modify. And for anyone new here, pretty much we're building out an agent system. We have a full voice agent working. So this is our voice agent right now. The voice agent uses a webhook as a trigger. So we can create a webhook, ingest a webhook from a third-party system, and that will kick off a workflow. And we have different nodes, and the nodes, you can associate tools with the nodes. So like this is a scheduler, and we have webhooks. We also have Google Calendar integration, and we're creating events on the Google Calendar with a simple voice agent workflow using GPT real-time too. Right now we're extending the system to also handle email. So we have these two new workflows that are email shaped workflows. Probably should have let it finish creating its building the plan, but that's okay. And actually when it's done, we'll make sure that it's let me see, this should actually hot reload. I still don't see any a new card for the Gmail authentication. Oh, here we go. Finish Gmail auth service changes. Oh, here we go. It already added them. No video signal. Intent, label start, guard none. How did it name these? Okay, I had another agent update the edges. Can you review them? Do not make any code changes, just but you can query Postgres and Redis. Yeah, I didn't. It's a little confusing. You added those new edge conditions, but I don't even see them in the UI component where you could add them. Yeah, I'm just a little confused by the name of these edges. When I select them in the front end, I see a label of start. Again, do not make any modifications or code changes. There's another agent working on the code base now. You can just do read only. Once I create the webhook, I'll see the example webhook down there. Oh, here's the inbox. Nice. Here's pending drafts. Okay. I don't know if it did usage yet. go to settings. Let's go to integrations. I still don't see integration changes. Okay, here we go. It's going back to Cactus Web integrations. It's about to complete on the integrations tab, add the OAuth flow to hook into Gmail. Just did it. Okay, it's writing the card right now. So I don't see it. The page didn't hot reload yet. It must have not saved it. Hmm. Interesting. Oh, but the label is in Postgres. Is that what I'm understanding? We just don't have an edge condition that matches that label? That service is already up, so I'm not sure if the production build is gonna fail. It might be up with the developer build. I don't see that card on the front end. It's like the front end didn't hot reload. Yeah, the front end crashed. I knew when it was gonna run that production build, it was gonna crash. Normally when I start the services, we start them with the phase 1 bash script. I'll just let it do its thing for now. Okay, and look at the other phase 1 services. You're maybe going to want to start it in the same detached screen. Okay. Okay, we're back. Still don't see the new integrations card. Okay, service came back up. Service came back up. Still don't see that integration, the new card on the integration settings page for the Gmail OAuth. Usually doesn't make a mistake like that. put the component on the wrong page. Oh, here it is. Interesting. Now I see it. Nice. Cool. Getting closer here. Yeah, I see it now. The front end did a hot reload. Just killed the front end. Nice. We probably don't even need to keep this around, right? Grabbing a water real quick. Okay, I'm back. So the auth service is still not connected. Wait, what? Wait, explain this? Is this not how the other submodules are set up? I don't want the index living in the parent. Oh. Okay, let's do it. Let's commit it. I guess it's because phase 1 services, the backend services, haven't been restarted. This was actually pretty complex, wide-ranging changes. I'll be surprised actually if this works on the first iteration. It didn't reference the oh, it did reference it. Good. We're referencing all the issues on the commits. So I'm gonna create, or I'll wait until we restart the services. No, don't commit anything on the parent. Just leave that alone. Right now, just focus on restarting phase one. You're going to have to probably add the new service to the phase one bash script. All right, I just moved this off the screen here because I don't. The bash script has some, or the bash script like sources the environment file, and I just don't want any environment details to pop up on stream here. The environment for Stagecoach and Web expect so that restart uses the same local URLs. Okay, we just updated the bash script. Okay. Then I want you to review the workflows and then tell me what we need to do to test this. I'll let it do its thing here. Wait, the Gmail grant table, aren't I going to authenticate or do my Gmail OAuth? Okay, so review the email-shaped workflows. Walk me through what I need to do to test this right now. Yeah, did you create all the new SQL tables we needed to create? Well, that says failed. Hmm. What's the best way to copy this? I thought I could copy the whole object. It's okay, we'll get it. We'll make a new cookie. Is this error expected? Hmm. Okay, no error. I guess the table didn't have the right permissions on it. So explain what happened. The table didn't have the right perms. Or it wasn't, you didn't grant read rights for the right user or something? Okay, got it. Okay, got it. So walk me through the exact steps I need to do to test this. Good. Looks like it's set up these webhooks for me. So these are example webhooks that are going to trigger these email-shaped workflows. Oh, here we go. Collections notice. Here's a trigger. Oh, this is the webhook trigger. I see. I see. Okay, review the workflow again. I did notice an intake node that didn't have any edges on it. Make certain we're ready to test. And give me a full example webhook with the put values on all the variables, dummy values. Hey Chad. Hey man, hope it was a good workout. I had a pretty good workout today actually. We're almost done getting email working on the agent. So we have 2 new workflows. I did a bunch of stuff. First I redid the voice agent front end. So now it's more like a chat interface, and whenever there's tool calls, you can look at the tool calls inside of the chat interface, kind of like a Claude code or like a codex type of interface where you can expand these details and close them. I also have this new pop-out modal that includes all the details for the call. What we're doing right now is we're setting up, we're extending the system to handle email too. So right here in settings, when I go to integrations, we have Gmail here. So I'm about to do OAuth, and so I already hooked into the Google Calendar. Now we're going to hook into the Gmail. We just built out these 2 workflows, one for a collections agent. So one use case I have is I have customers that aren't paying their bill. So I'm going to use an agent to reach out to them and let them know that they have a open balance and they need to remit payment by a certain date, or we might suspend their service. And then I have another, this is also like a health agent, the fleet alert notifier. It's also like a health agent that's going to do something very similar to the voice agent when the camera has health events, like that media SD card errors, or the camera is disconnected, and we're going to send an email. So right now, the way the system's going to work is we have 2 new webhooks. So now we have webhooks for the emails. Before we had a webhook that triggered just the voice workflow. Now we have webhooks that are going to trigger the email workflow, and these workflows are going to run. It's going to fetch, or it's going to be able to generate email, generate a draft email. So in a couple ways. So there's going to be one inbound trigger that's a webhook. There's going to be another inbound trigger that's just an incoming email to the workflow. So now I'm just this may be the biggest changes I've made to the system yet. And so before I did a ton of back and forth with Claude Code or Claude Desktop. I'm using the Claude Desktop app. Ton of back and forth brainstorming, and now we had Codex implement it. And now we're just And now we're going to test it pretty much. How's the workout? And how's the project? I know you're working on some AI projects. Remove these extra nodes here. Okay, no more. Okay, first thing I wanna is media error. Let me see. I'm gonna actually create a dummy document right now, a dummy PDF. I need you to create a dummy all-text PDF with a dummy collections policy with some details about our collections policy if you're overdue on your bill and why we might have to suspend your service. Cool, Chad. Cool. Yeah, I actually used some deep research to start doing some analysis on the market. Looking at the competitors, looking at their pricing models, trying to understand how they have their product priced. I would go into a more detail, but it's been kind of a long stream. But pretty much I've been thinking about, you have like platform companies, and the platform companies sell to enterprise, but they do the horizontal layer. So they build the platform that they can sell into all verticals. And so they have tons of features, really a feature for every vertical, right? So you have platform companies, then you have like best of breed companies that focus on one vertical and do it really well, right? And so right now the horizontal platform companies are charging per minute. So they'll have a voice agent, they'll have the voice agent infrastructure, and they'll charge you per minute. And they have kind of like a workflow, so you can build it across all verticals or build an agent for any workflow or for any vertical. And I'm going to kind of be more of a best of breed focused on one vertical and have maybe instead of pricing per minute or per token, I might price per outcome, right? So maybe my health agent can prevent camera health issues, right? Or I can prevent pretty much your company from getting into an accident and your camera not working. So I can kind of sell it as an outcome instead of selling per token or per minute. Because once you get into this per token, per minute pricing discussion, sometimes end customers will start shopping around for just the cheapest, shopping all the vendors and it turns into a price war, right? Or just kind of, and I actually, it's pretty cool, but I did a whole, and I'm sure you've used deep research, but yeah, I used deep research. It came up with a 10-page document reviewing the voice agent market pricing and market report. And I'm going to be really doing more deep research and reviewing this in more detail and figuring out how to position the product, right? Do I want to who am I selling to? How am I going to price it? Who the competitors are, and what my differentiation or kind of what my competitive advantage is going to be. Because it's going to be some of these big players in this market. It's hard to compete with them because they have a lot of outside capital. They're subsidizing customer acquisition, and because they do so much volume and they have so many customers, they can go to a company like Twilio and negotiate with Twilio for to bring the cost down, right? So even me with such a small team, it's going to be hard to compete on price with some of these bigger players. But what I can compete on is I have this fleet management domain knowledge for for the domain that I'm familiar with. I've been doing fleet management for like almost 20 years now. So little less than 20 years. But yeah, that's kind of, I'm going to build it for one vertical first. Just like, you know, Jeff Bezos like built an online bookstore first, right? But now Amazon sells all products across all verticals, right? Just really want to do it for one vertical and show that I can repeat it, right? I can sell to one fleet management company and then prove that, okay, I found another fleet management company that also has this business requirement that I can satisfy. But that's kind of how I'm thinking about it. Okay, let's check this PDF. Okay, way more simple, way less detail. No tables, just do all raw text right now. Create the PDF. All right. I'm creating a PDF to load into the knowledge base. Let's open this and see what this looks like. Okay. Okay. Ooh. Hold on. Where is it? Oh. Okay, I'm about to upload this PDF to the knowledge base, and then we're going to test the collections workflow. Give me your thoughts. And I need to do the Gmail OAuth, right? And then I can send the webhook. And when I send this webhook for the collections email test, it's going to go ahead and draft an email, right? See if it can fetch the text out of this PDF. All right, I think I'm gonna do the Google OAuth, and I'd like to send the email too. What do you think, or should we just do the draft first? Okay. All right, give me the webhook, and I'll send it. You're ready for me to send the webhook, right? Okay, we're about to try this. Okay. Yeah, I think we're ready, almost ready. Okay, open and follow the logs. I'm about to send the webhook now. Okay, starting the log. I'm about to send the webhook. Turning on logging now. Okay, it's ready. Let's open up Ghosty. It's clear. Okay. I just sent the webhook. Nothing in inbox yet. I knew that was too complex of a feature to work on the first one shot. Interesting. We're close. Will I need to update the item potency key? Item potency? It's a tough word to pronounce. Yeah, so I'm really using them. I go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. I work with Codex. I have Claude Code review it. I like Codex is more concise. I like brainstorming lately with Claude. I like riffing with it. Claude is a little more wordy. Like when I'm doing complicated stuff, sometimes it injects personality in places I don't want it to add personality. It's a little over verbose in some areas, but then there's moments where I appreciate it, kind of going into more detail. I'm still honestly, I just started using Claude Desktop more, so I think right now Codex is better at like system design and back end, and Opus has a little more design taste, I guess, a little more personality. So that's kind of the way I'm thinking about it right now. Honestly, though, Codex has been really, really impressing me. It's kind of like nice and direct and to the point. Opus, at least 4.8, it's kind of a little wordy for me. And I need to really do some better evaluations so I can give you a better answer to this question. My plan is eventually I'm going to make benchmark for agents inside of fleet management, and then run these workflows, try them with Anthropic models, try them with OpenAI models, and see which one performs better, or figure out some sort of evaluations and success criteria. Okay, hey, let me run it through these different evaluations and see if it satisfies the success criteria or not, and then grade it. But yeah, like right now, I kind of just bounce them off each other. I go through, I iterate, work through the plan in Opus, then I say, hey, give me a handoff prompt. I take the handoff prompt, put it into Codex, iterate with Codex. I say, hey, Codex, here's a handoff prompt. What do you think about this approach? Would you do anything different? Or would you change this approach? Do you think we can go ahead and move forward with this approach? And just kind of keep bouncing them off each other. And then I kind of review it, and then I make a decision from there. Yeah, here we're gonna get Fable back. I heard today that it was in the AWS Bedrock portal, I guess, or in the AWS portal in the Bedrock section, and showed that it was available. It's gonna be really interesting. I don't know if we're ever gonna find out what really happened with Fable. Did Anthropic give access to some Korean national company in Project Glasswing? Did it hack NSA? Was it just the Amazon CEO tried to do a security check on his website, and it popped up the safety guardrail, and then he said, like, I'm a professor, this is my website, just do it anyways, and he like passed the guardrail, and then he put in a phone call to Trump. I don't know. I feel like we'll never know. Who knows? It's going to be really interesting to see what Anthropic has to say. But I'm excited for Fable. I am looking forward to it, for sure. I saw on Polymarket, it looked like there was a lot of volatility today. Um, I guess people are really tracking, when the model gets released in AWS or these different vendors. And you saw like the Polymarket probability really shoot up today. I guess someone also saw some details, I think, in the binary of Claude Code. Wait, what? Oh, wow. Here's the draft. Holy moly. Wow. Hey, XX, I'm working on the voice and email agent. So now we have a voice agent, and like here's an example voice agent call. Here's the transcript. These are the tool calls. I've kind of been on stream for like a long time today, so I'm running out of gas. But we have a voice agent. Now we extended it to also work with email. So this is the voice agent. This is kind of the transcript. Here's what the workflows look like. So this is the voice agent workflow. You have different nodes, and then you have these nodes kind of follow edges, right, to the demo booking node. We just added some new workflows for a collections agent, an agent that will handle, do like collections for customers that have a balance and they're delinquent. So we have webhooks working now. So we're able to ingest webhooks that trigger workflows. We have all of our usage billing working now. So we know our exact cost. And we built Gmail OAuth connection here. So, and now we have draft emails sitting inside of our inbox. So these workflows will kick off a draft email that you can approve and send. Called Bro, I love vibe coding. Oh, cool. How are you today? Hey, man, I'm good. How are you? Yeah, I know about LM Studio for sure. Right now, I'm really focused on, as I'm building out this system, it's pretty complex. I'm focused on the frontier models. But, oh, hey, XX, you're a trucker, man. Cool. Yeah. I do a ton of fleet management stuff. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but I have, and again, it's kind of, it's getting been a long stream today, but, I have an entire fleet management platform. So I have a location, vehicles, where I can track the location. I have geozones, where you can get arrive and depart. And if you're a trucker, I'm sure you're familiar with ELDs, right? I know a lot of owner operators don't love the ELD, right? But I've been in fleet management for years and years and years. But I have a full platform, and I'll have to show you right now. Also, too, I'm doing face analysis, driver ID, and I have a whole coaching platform. Right now, the service is down. I should bring it up. Hold on, let me see if I can bring it up quickly since you're here. Maybe I could just show you the service is down. Hold on, let's see if we can bring it up. Can you bring up the coaching node group, scale it up? Oh, very cool, very cool. What's your favorite AI tool that I use? Favorite AI tool right now, I think it's Codex Desktop. I'm using Cursor, Codex Desktop, and using it's on AWS EKS. Let's see. I just have to scale this service up so I can show you. But I have we're doing AI analysis on events. So pretty much events come in and we ingest those events. And then I'm using open source models to do AI analysis. You know, it definitely would be interesting to see what your thoughts are on this if I can get it up. Let's see. Might even be faster in Cursor. Let me see. Let's go into Cursor. Redesign. Oh, here we go. Can you scale up the coaching node group? But we have a full voice agent. I'll have to test the voice agent for you guys on the next stream. The voice agent's pretty sophisticated. Okay, it's scaled up. Okay, cool. Yes, confirm the node scaled up. All right, so this service should boot in a second, and then I can show you the coaching tool, which is pretty cool. So right now I have cameras in vehicles, and the cameras are taking a picture of the driver's face, and then I store a picture of the driver's face. And so like if you're a fleet operator and you want to do driver ID, right? Because I have a lot of companies that have drivers coming in and out of trucks. And so when the vehicle has an event, they don't know what driver that event is associated with. So when you get into the vehicle, I have dash cameras. They take a picture of your face. It stores it into a database. The next time you get into the vehicle, it takes another picture of your face and tries to do analysis on the images with AI. And so what you do is the first time it takes pictures of the face, the fleet manager would come in and link these drivers. So like I could link this driver and say, this is Santa Claus, and link him. And then that picture disappears and he's linked. Now I know that image is associated with Santa Claus. So if that driver gets back into the vehicle, it takes a picture of his face and it matches it to that picture that we linked with Santa Claus. We know, all right, this is Santa Claus in the vehicle again, right? Let's see, this should boot. Okay, here we go. So this is the coaching analysis, right? So what I'm doing is so I record events in the vehicle, so we do AI at the edge. So things like quick acceleration, hard turn, hard brake, following too closely, forward collision warning, fatigue, distraction, smoking, seatbelt, right? And so what I'm using is I'm using open source models to do object detection and depth estimation. And so what I'm looking for is relevant objects that are close to the vehicle, right? So like here's another one. This is me in a drive-through. Let me see if I can get a better one. It's not a good one. Let's try this one. This one's a little better. See, it'll get the car out there in front. Then what I do is then I build in an event reconstruction. So what I do is, so then I say, okay, let me build a simulation of this event, an event reconstruction. And the idea is to take those objects that we identify with object detection and add them to this simulation. Then what I do is then I'm building a report. So I build a report, and this is the latest report. But I build a report, and I put a risk score on it based off of some proprietary rules that I have set up. And so I say, okay, what's the safety focus of this event? Why this matters? What happened in the event? What objects did we see? What we observed? And really what this is about, it's not just about identifying bad driving behavior, it's about exonerating innocent drivers, right? So drivers that are involved in some sort of event, having that evidence can prove that you weren't at fault, right? And we all know in trucking that one accident that, God forbid, results in a fatality will put you out of business quickly. Just the legal cost, just trying to fight the case, right? So this is really valuable. And then what I do is I come up with questions, like driver reflection questions. And the idea with this is I use AI to dynamically generate coaching questions for drivers, right? And the idea is like the coach would sit down with the driver, you go through the document, and you just both sign off and say, hey, we agree that we sat through the coaching session. I went through these reflection questions, and we agree that, I'm going to make sure this event doesn't happen again. And so that's the fleet management project, right? And then we have an agent. So I built a whole voice agent, and I wonder if we could, let's see if I can demo it for you quickly. Let's see. We just made a ton of changes to the system, so let's see if it still works as expected. Let's open up Ghosty, send another let's see. Okay, looks like it might still be working. Here we go.
I'm Bella from Blue Cactus AI, and it's lovely to meet you. What can I help you with today?
Hey, Bella, are you a human?
I'm an AI voice assistant, not a human, but I'm here to help like a friendly teammate. What would you like to do with Blue Cactus AI today?
Yeah, I have cameras in my vehicle, or one of my drivers has a camera in his truck, and the green LED is blinking.
Got it. A blinking green light can mean a few things. So let me check the guidance for that. A blinking green light is the network or communication indicator. It may be trying to connect or in a startup or communication state. If it keeps blinking, check power and signal or the device status in your dashboard.
My driver, we just bought some new cameras and we can't install the damn thing. How do you install this camera?
Let me walk through the basic setup steps for getting that camera installed. First, unpack the kit and make sure all parts are there. Then power the device and open your dashboard. Next, mount or plug it in as directed in the guide, typically at the vehicle port for the tracker and camera setup. If you want, I can help you schedule an installation follow-up.
Yeah, you know what? I just want to go ahead and book a demo.
Sounds good. Let me get that demo request lined up. Happy to help you book a demo. What's the best email for the invite?
Yeah, first, can you let me know your availability the rest of this week?
Let me check the calendar for the rest of this week so we can pick a time. Wednesday, June 24th and Thursday, June 25th are busy, but Friday, June 26th, Saturday, June 27th, and Sunday, June 28th are available.
All right, yeah, let's
What
do
day-
Friday, June 26th. But before we book it, I need you to make a note and let your sales rep know to have enterprise pricing ready before I go into the meeting.
Got it. I'll note that request for the sales rep before we lock in the time. I've noted for the sales rep to have enterprise pricing ready. What time on Friday works for you?
Yeah, let's do 10 a.m. Friday.
Okay, let me quickly confirm that slot is still open before we finalize it. Before I book it, what's the best email for the invite? I'll read it back to you to confirm.
Yeah, my email is bluehedge@gmail.com.
Please confirm the email BLUEH3DGE@gmail.com. Is that right?
So guys, I just put it on mute. So what's happening right now is a couple things happen. I'm on this workflow. In this workflow, I sent a webhook that triggered the intro node. When I was on the intro node, the intro node has access to two different tools. And these tools are our knowledge base tool, which does RAG and goes to fetch the details of the PDFs in the knowledge base and sees which PDF is most similar and then responds. So when I asked it, hey, how do you install the cameras? I have an LED install, a PDF, and an installation guide. Also, I said, so it fetched those details from the PDF. Now what just happened is I went from the intro node to the demo booking node. So I followed this edge from intro to demo booking. Now I'm on demo booking, and the demo booking node has a save memory tool, a Google Calendar tool, and it also knows it needs to capture these parameters. So that's what's happening right now is we were able to save a memory. I actually saved a memory, and now it's asking me, it's waiting for pending confirmation for me to confirm my email. So I'm going to say, yeah, you got it. That's my email.
Great. Thanks for confirming. One moment while I lock in that time. I have your email confirmed for the invite. Before the booking can be created, I still need your name and your vehicle count. What should I put for those?
Yeah, my name's Bobby, and I have 18 vehicles.
Perfect. Thanks. Let me update those details and finalize your booking. You're booked for Friday, June 26th at 10 a.m. You'll get a calendar invite by email shortly.
Okay, great. And hey, I forgot to mention, I have a hard stop 30 minutes into the meeting.
Got it. Thanks for flagging that. Let me note it for your demo. All set. They'll keep the demo tight since you have a 30-minute hard stop.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Looking forward to it. Have a great rest of your day.
Cool, bye. So now it's saved another memory. If I click off the event and click back on, here we go. Caller has a hard stop 30 minutes into the demo. So, hey, XX. Yeah, I've been vibe coding for like 2 or 3 years now. I really started getting serious when Sonnet 3. I realized Sonnet 3.5 could write really good code, and things just started to work. And that's when I really aggressively started vibe coding. I didn't graduate college. I don't have a computer science degree. I worked as a reseller in fleet management for years and years and years. Had a lot of, when the government mandated the ELD, I was pretty involved in that. And that's how I was able to build up a small base for myself. And then I saw an opportunity with telematics video. So I saw that instead of having like an OBD2 tracker that was plugged into a pigtail or a wired vehicle tracker, they started doing GPS and camera all in one. So you just get a dash camera. It also does GPS. And I really started as a sales guy, sold a ton of stuff, and then eventually I saw the opportunity for telematics video, or I saw that cameras were becoming a big deal, right? And then that's when we decided, hey, let's build a camera product. And that's when I started working with interns and the local colleges and doing capstones, and ended up building out a platform for fleet management, primarily about cameras, right? And now what I'm doing is now I'm building agents, specifically fleet management agents, right? That I'm going to take these agents and deploy them into my fleet management business. So I'm going to use a coaching agent and then a fleet health agent, right? So one thing that's important to me is these cameras have two different events that are critical. One event is no video signal, which means one of the camera connections is disconnected, or media error, which means the SD card in the camera needs to be reformatted. So pretty much like if you get into an accident and your camera has a bad SD card or your camera's disconnected, you don't have any evidence, right? And so that's like critical. So I'm going to be using an agent as soon as I get that media card error event or the NVS event, reach out to that customer and help them take action on that so they don't get into an accident and not have the evidence. So anyways, guys, that's it for me today. I think it's like a 5 hour and 30-minute stream today, so I'm a little gassed right now, but I got a ton of work done. Actually, we got the full email flow working, so now we have emails pending. We have email workflow, we got the voice workflow, so we extended the agent to handle email. So anyways, guys, I don't know who's lurking in here still, but I'll see you guys on the next stream. I think I'm gonna, it's unfortunate because thanks, XX. Yeah, I wish I could stay. I wanted to stay with you longer. I'm glad I at least was able to show that to you. Just again, kind of been a long stream here, but cool. All right, guys, everyone, I'll see you on the next stream. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you, and good. Nice to meet any of you new people in chat here. Later, guys. See you on the next stream.